In this interview, we get to ask him our most skeptical questions about his background, his education, his past, how he knows what he knows, and why he hasn't been forced into silence. John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job. Why do you think it didn't come up in a background check? There are a lot of people out there who say you faked your educational credentials. Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability? But we also ask our most awe-inspiring questions. We learn new details about where the craft he worked on was actually retrieved. We discuss the beings that may have occupied it, where they come from, and what they want with humanity. We even learn about Bob's current home laboratory experiments. He's still investigating the gravity-altering force he encountered while working on a flying saucer in the 80s. You heard me right. Bob is currently working on exotic UFO science in his personal lab. How did the reactor work?
Through X-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube.
But this interview gets even crazier than that. I surprise Bob with a scientist at NASA who's doing his own experiments on anti-gravity.
What kind of voltage are you using?
Right now, about 400 volts.
That's unbelievable.
I also had the honor of showing Bob legendary, never-before-seen footage of a UFO at Area 51. People have been trying to get their hands on this specific footage for years.
Ready? Yeah. Going to the beginning.
This interview spans multiple days with both Bob and filmmaker Luigi Vendetelli, the maker of S4, the Bob Lazar story. Luigi has spent 4 years working closely with Bob to depict exactly what he saw and worked on at S4 in vivid, hyper-realistic detail.
We really paid attention to what Bob said throughout the entire time. So we didn't invent anything.
Without further ado, please welcome this week's American alchemist, the man who helped reverse engineer a UFO, went public, and lived to tell the tale, the original UFO whistleblower, Bob Lazar. We're living through the biggest transformation of the financial system in 100 years, and most people are still using the same platforms their parents used. I started to investigate the financial space in 2012 because I genuinely believed that the fiat dollar system was broken, not slightly broken, structurally, fundamentally broken. It's what you might call a long con, or perhaps a Ponzi scheme. I started to believe that a transparent, decentralized alternative wasn't just possible, it was necessary. I've spent 13 years researching it, living it, talking to the most serious minds building it. Kraken is the platform I kept coming back to with my own money. So when we finally decided to bring on our first ever financial sponsor in 4 years of doing this show, we went to them. Because I've used the product and I already believed in what they're building. Every other investing platform is essentially the old system with a better app on top. Kraken is different at a foundational level. They've been operating since 2011. Through every market crash, shout out Mt. Gox, every industry collapse, every moment other platforms failed their users. And when everything went catastrophically wrong in this industry, the people responsible for making customers whole didn't go to the biggest names in finance. They came to Kraken. On top of that, they publicly prove, not promise, prove that every dollar you deposit is fully accounted for. Anyone in the world can verify it at any time. No fine print, no blind faith, just proof. You can buy stocks and crypto in one place, earn better rewards than any investment account you've ever had, and send money anywhere in the world without those annoying fees your bank charges you for the exact same thing. Again, I've never taken on a financial platform as a sponsor in 4 years of this show. Having full control over your money shouldn't be about belief. It's the whole point. So go to kraken.com/AA to learn more and get $25 in Bitcoin. Again, that's kraken.com/AA. Owning the power of your money isn't just a belief, it's the whole point. One of the main reasons I'm able to go multiple hours on these podcasts while staying mentally sharp is because of this little drink. It's a product I started using years ago, and it's called Ketone IQ. I know the founders Jeff and Michael personally, and I was thrilled when they agreed to sponsor the show because it's one of the few products I trust to give me clean, sustainable energy. I've been taking a little shot of this thing during every long recording, and it lights my brain on fire. As you can see, Bob even took a shot during this one. The reason I keep coming back to these products is because I don't really do coffee. Coffee gives me a spike of energy, and then at some point I get jittery and I crash. Ketone IQ is fundamentally different. It gives you clean, steady mental clarity with no crash and no jitters. Here's the science behind why it actually works. When you're running on glucose or sugar, as your brain is most of the time, it's essentially burning dirty fuel. Your brain could be like a Ferrari, but you're feeding it 87 octane fuel all the time. Ketones are what your brain actually prefers when it's operating at its best. Normally, you'd have to fast for days in order for your body to switch from glucose to ketones. This little shot of Ketone IQ gives you the ketones directly, so your brain runs the way it's supposed to without any spikes or crashes. It was originally developed through a multi-million-dollar Department of Defense contract for elite cognitive performance under stress. Bob Lazar probably could have used that at S4. So the same technology that's used by soldiers in high-demand environments is now available to anyone in the form of this little drink. So visit ketone.com/alchemy for 30% off your subscription order, plus receive a free gift with your second shipment. That's ketone.com/alchemy for a whole 30% off. Or find Ketone IQ at Target stores nationwide and get your first shot free. Bob Lazar, I don't even know what to say. This is a make-a-wish day for me. This is an absolute honor. I'm so grateful for you being here. I have so many questions for you because there are a lot of people who say they've seen things in the sky or they've had ephemeral experiences, sometimes even with beings. There are very few people who have consistently held to the exact same story over the last almost 4 decades now. And it involves working on a craft and essentially reverse engineering or parallel process engineering what is a craft of non-human origin, an exotic craft. And so you are really one of one. And I can't wait to dive in. And I just want to thank, before we start, Luigi Vendatali, who is the amazing creator of this movie that you are in.
Physical evidence now exists which proves that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here.
I want to start with your childhood. And what was little Bob Lazar like?
I guess he was like a little scientist. I mean, I wasn't into sports at all. Still aren't. Instead of playing with toys, I take apart clocks and things like that my parents had and, put them back together. I was just very inquisitive.
Were you a rule breaker at all?
Yeah, for the most part. I really had a problem with authority. So I really didn't matter if it was my parents or teachers, whatever, telling me what to do. I said, I just don't recognize your authority to tell me that I can't do what I'm doing. And that just seems to be part of my DNA.
Yeah, it seems to be a running theme in your life. So the authority felt sort of arbitrary to you. It's like, why are you in a position to have any power?
Right. You're not even... Yeah. You really don't even understand what I'm up to, and you're already trying to put the kibosh on it here. So, no, go away and leave me alone.
Yeah. Did you have any interest in UFOs, aliens, anything like that as a kid?
No. I thought that was all silly.
Yeah.
No, I was always into science and science fiction. When I was a little kid, I watched, I think, like 5 and 6. I watched the Super Marionation series like Fireball XL5 and Thunderbirds, and they were all like marionette shows, but they're all space and cool and rockets, and this is all great. And, that's what. And then later on, Star Trek, science fiction, because it always looked like that it was just a prediction of the future to me. It didn't look like it was, stuff that was never going to come true. It just looked like eventually the stuff's going to happen. And for the most part, science fiction turns into science given enough time.
Becomes science fact.
Yeah.
Were there any inspirations, sci-fi wise, that you felt had like a real impact on you as far as your, what you were interested in as a kid?
Everybody my age, a boomer that's an engineer, doctor, scientist, whatever, they'll always point back to Star Trek and always give that a nod, because that was probably the biggest thing back there in the 60s and 70s.
Yep. And so where'd you grow up?
Well, I was born in Florida, but most of my growing up, I was cognizant of what was going on. It was in Long Island.
Okay.
New York, yeah.
Interesting. You ended up at Pierce, is that right? Or what was the kind of progression from
I just moved around. I mean, it depends where I was at the time when I was in California and on the East Coast. So it was just location dependent. As like I mentioned the other day, I moved so much. It was almost like a military family.
Yeah. Was it because your dad had jobs, then he was switching around, or what was going on?
I really don't know what it was, but we were just always moving.
Yeah, interesting.
And always having to make new friends and whatnot. But I don't know. It was just the way it was. My father always did some weird things, that strange things up his sleeve. So I don't know what was going on. Yeah, I think there was some potentially shady stuff going on in the background. So
interesting. Okay. What did he do professionally, just like surface level?
I know he had some connection to the mob at some point. I mean, he had like a food business, wholesale food business, that distributed food to grocery stores, all over the place. But there was, and he had big connection to racehorses. I mean, I remember when I was a little kid of the, what do they call it? Harness racing, where they sit in a little sulky behind the horse, little two-wheel contraption. I remember those guys, the jockeys, riders, whatever you want to call them. But I remember, playing in the living room and hearing those guys deciding who's going to win the race and things of that sort. So, I mean, I knew that there were some shady things going on.
And whenever you have racehorses and tracks, there's often some
especially
money
back
laundering.
down in the early 70s and stuff. It couldn't be more corrupt.
Absolutely.
So,
Interesting. Okay. And so he was involved in that, but maybe there was some other stuff kind of going on in the background.
Yeah, nothing where people are hurt or anything like that. Not mob stuff, but but I mean, just some questionable things that we never talked about.
Yeah.
So I mean, we did move around a lot, but spent most of the time either in. Well, it really depends what year I was somewhere.
And were you into nuclear science as a kid as well, or just kind of like science?
No, just
general?
science. I mean, my friends were. I had a friend whose dad was a chemistry professor, so we'd go and hang out with him and bring home chemicals and play with them. But it was from as young as I could possibly be, was always tinkering around with something science related.
Yeah. So at school, what was that like? You're this rebellious kid. You're into science. Did you hate school?
Yeah. I hated school because it's just interfering with my time. I want to get home and get back to tinkering with my stuff. I don't. You couldn't bore me any more than I was. I didn't want to go to music class. I don't care what they're doing here. And everything is social studies. I don't care who won what war. Just let me go home. I've got other things I'd rather learn. But, the classes that I was in that matched my interest, I did well with. but everything else was a waste of my time.
What were you tinkering with at home?
Probably at that time, probably electronics and chemistry.
Okay. And then how'd you get the job at Los Alamos?
At the time, I was working at Fairchild Electronics in Simi Valley, California, and I was just tired and burnt out of that, and just sent a resume to Los Alamos, but really laid heavily on the stuff, not my work history, things that I did aside from work. I took my wife's little Honda, built the jet engine from scratch, and put it in there. Then, in fact, that was one of the things I, sent in a resume to him. Oh, by the way, I built this car. And when I moved there, the local paper put that on the front page because they thought that was really cool. And that's why most people remember me at that time, because I drove it to work at Los Alamos.
Yeah.
In fact, they yelled at me for, you can't run the jet coming into the lab because it scares the shit out of everybody.
How fast would the car go?
212.
Jesus.
Yeah. On that car, it's super dangerous. I would never do that.
That's insane.
Today. Yeah, but...
So you're putting like a Bugatti engine on a Honda Civic. And you're like...
yeah, in a way, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's silly, but you're stupider when you're in your 20s, yeah.
Well, what was your top speed?
212.
Yours was 212.
Yeah.
You went 212.
El Mirage Dry Lake in California.
You're insane.
Maybe, but that's how fast the car went.
But the Honda Civic is not set up for the jet engine that you put on.
It was after I put it in there.
Oh, so you helped with the suspension and that stuff. You improved.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive, man.
How are you?
Well, while working at Los Alamos National Lab in 1982, the local newspaper did a front page. Coincidentally, Dr. Edward Teller was giving a speech at Los Alamos that same day.
Wait, Jayski's taking another break. Why?
So,
All right, Mr. Aquarius, it's just us then. Yes, ma'am. It is what it is. It is. Oh yeah, for sure. You just learn something about people and the way they are, and when they're consistent as he is, and he says he comes back. I would have expected him to say, and I would say this to him when he came in, "Hey, I'm back, but just for a couple days or whatever, because my job's gonna have something or whatever." But he did not. No, especially when you were talking to him yesterday, he'd be like, "Hey, giving you a heads up, it could change." But you never know. You could get an email or something. But it's kind of weird that you would have your job contact you on the weekend or whatever to tell you that. Frankly, he just might. Yeah. It's that's weird. And I would. So he's taking a second job. Well, you think he would have told us that yesterday when we talked to him? Yeah, Miss Aquarius. my, my spidey senses are tingly with that one, but that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's his business. I don't understand why he just deactivates his account. Miss Aquarius, I've been on the internet for 25 years. I've never deactivated a single account. I just don't. I just won't use it. Like I'll just let it be. But like the deactivating and reactivating, I don't understand that. Yeah, exactly. And leave it for 5 years if I need to, and then if I want to go back, I just log back in. Right, I hope exactly. He's a very nice person, um, and he has always been kind to me. But in the back of my mind, I've always thought something weird is here because um, of the random disappearances, and um, but it's not my business. Uh, he could be going through something else, and he's just using that as a cover, and I would understand that too. I understand we're just two people on the internet, and like sometimes you can't go into every single thing about your life, and you know what? Frankly, sometimes you have to lie to protect yourself or whatever, or to not reveal some big issue that's going on. That, and I understand that. And if you were to say to me, Rabbi, I had this later on, I had to tell you this because my life was in danger. Okay, that's cool. Like I know you well enough that it's like no big deal. You could be like Rabbi, I don't work at the auto auction place. I work for the CIA, but I just couldn't tell you that. Okay, that's cool. We're still friends. That's right. And he's cool though. I've always I've always thought he is really interesting. He is always into interesting stuff, and I would hope that um, that's like another thing. Like, I mean, I get it if you've got a second job like that, that can cause time, but it's like you can pop in. Like, you don't have to live in here. You could just be like, hey, like every night, I'm just gonna come in and say hi or whatever, once a week, whatever, and maybe he'll still do that. There you go. But that's a weird. Yeah, that's a weird thing though. Like if talk to him like I don't know 18 hours ago, there was nothing about I'm getting a second job, or that even that anything could change, or that I may need to deactivate my account or anything. Nothing like that. So maybe it's a personal thing. Who knows? So what's on your? Go ahead, Mr. Queer. Okay. Okay. Well, you're eating. Miss Aquarius. What is Bojangles? Okay. You're eating. We may. I don't eat fast food, so I don't really know. But yeah. Is it like Popeyes or KFC? Do you have a favorite chicken place? Do you have a favorite chicken place? Okay. Okay. Very well. Yeah. I love fried chicken. I love the breading of fried chicken. I could eat that. I think everybody likes that. Like comfort food, I like fried chicken. I like mashed potatoes. I like roasted chicken. I like all kinds of chicken. I like chicken salads. I like um, from a chicken standpoint. I like my local kosher market has um like um what do you call it? Like I don't, not broiled chicken, like they have like chicken in like you would get it at a Costco or something, and it's just like I think it's broiled or something, but that's really good. I'll eat one of those. There's just a lot of little bones and stuff you got to be careful of a lot of times when you're eating chicken. That yeah, so like a roasted chicken, I like that. I like I really like the breading of chicken though. Like that if they I don't know how you would ever make this, but if they just could make the breading, I could eat that. That's like a thing. They should have somebody just make chicken breading. I don't know. I think a lot of people would like that. I've never known anybody to do it, but you could make it in like little um flakes or something like that. Anyway, uh what else do I like? So perhaps they're not in California, but I like all that stuff though. Like I like the biscuits. I like gravy. You know what I really love, Miss Aquarius? That's like comfort food is um chicken and dumplings. That's my jam. I love that. I could eat like all day long. And what else from that? Like coleslaw, potato salad, all kinds of salads. Um, yeah. I'm trying to think of any kind of chicken that I don't like. But I think I like chicken every which way, and I love fried chicken, and um, yeah, I love that kind of stuff. I love the breading. Like, I think that's good. But yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, again, you just gotta watch the bones. That's why I really like chicken breasts. I could just seriously just eat chicken breasts all day with barbecue sauce and not have an issue. What up, Tony? How are you, big dog? I know. Okay, so it's not the end of the world, perhaps. I mean, I I have it recorded on my end, but I don't know which. Like, if you knew, if you, I mean, we know the day. It was like 3 weeks ago, Sunday or something. um, but I don't know if I would have your audio recorded, but I would have my audio recorded. Um, okay, it's not on Riverside. Okay, you mean like Riverside didn't record it? Okay, I mean, it is what it is. No big deal. I think you would just tell your viewers or whatever that we recorded another episode, but that it got lost. um, yeah, I mean, hold on a second. Do you remember how we did it? I just want to make sure you recognize, just to refresh your memory, perhaps. Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on. We did the first episode. Then we did the second episode. Then later in the same day of the second episode, we did the third episode when that's when my headphones died. And then we did the fourth episode. So the second and third episode are like in the same day. So what you would do is go to Riverside to the second day and you just get the recording that you have on that day. And then you just cut it up. It wasn't a separate day. It was its own day. No, we did them the same day. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, so are you thinking that Riverside didn't record it? Okay. Well, what you could do, um, and let me just check. Uh, I have it recorded, and so you could just record your audio if you wanted. Then you don't have to tell your audience anything. They wouldn't really necessarily know the difference. Just for a moment. Let me see. It was it was like May 7th or something. May 2nd or something. There was May 2nd, and then May, it was something like that. Okay, so if I go back to May 2nd, I'll be able to find it. Do you know what date it was? What date was our interview? Or the second one? Or the third one? Was it May 2nd? Okay, just one moment. I'll see if I have the. I mean, I know I have the recording. I just want to make sure it's usable. What'd you say, big man? Okay, what did you say? With the how long was the first recording? That's okay. I thought you would. No big deal. No big deal. Okay, good. So you found it. No, no worries. That's great news. That's great. That's great news, Tony. How have things been for you? How have you been? Okay, well that's life, right? All right. Well, you found it, so that's great. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was on another one with a woman who interviewed me. Yeah, and then I've been um inquiring on some others. I want to say she and I did one. It was over an hour. It was good. It was long, and I got to talk about a lot of really what I feel would be interesting things. And she was a really great podcast host too. She was very organized and just was like went into it very open mindedly. And I've got to say, every person that I've ever podcasted with, they've all been very open minded and good hosts. So you've all been good. Um, and she's been doing she's done like 77 podcasts, and she's done it over the course of like 6 years or something. So she's got quite a few episodes, and the one issue with her podcast, it's not that big of a deal, but it airs in September 6th, and it's like, why so long in advance? She books them. She's a she's getting her master's degree, so she's like an academic, and she schedules these out very far in advance, and she publishes one a month. So um, I'm like the month of September, but she was really really nice, and um, we we got to talk about. all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, I've done that one, and then I'm in talks to do some others. So, that's a good thing. How about you? Have you done any podcasts? I'm sure you have. Who have you done? What did you talk about? That's all right. Oh, how have the podcasts been since we last spoke? Okay. Did you have the chance to upload your other podcast to Spotify? That's great. So now you're a Spotify person, right? Okay. I'm going to quiz you on this. Are you on iHeart Media? Great. Great job. Okay. You're on Pandora? That's okay. Are you on Apple Pod? That's great. Those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. Great job, Tony. Yeah, now you have like a real podcast. So, not that you didn't before, but before it was just a YouTube podcast, which is a podcast. But most people go to YouTube to watch video. So now when people are searching on Spotify and such, they're going to be able to find your podcast and like it and subscribe and everything. You did your first interview. What first interview? Oh, okay. Oh, somebody interviewed you? Oh, interesting. Okay. And how did that go? Bitcoin and AI. Was it fun? Yeah. Okay. Why wouldn't they release it? Okay. Um. I mean, that works. Um. Do you think that they thought what you said was interesting? That's good. All right. So, how do you plan on getting more people on your podcast? Okay. Okay. All right. And do you think that um and then from there how are you going to get podcast people? Well, that's great. Oh, that's great. Okay. And how did you meet them? Okay, but I mean, like, was it? I know, but was it like? Oh, Twitter. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I think it's good too. Oh, with every day, big dog. I get more famous every day. How about you? How about you? Do you feel more famous? Miss Aquarius, we're having a discussion, but what's going on, Miss Aquarius? Oh, he does have a podcast on YouTube. Yeah, yeah. You're good. You're good. So Tony, you found our podcast, right? You were looking for our podcast and you found it on Riverside, correct? Okay, excellent. Okay. Okay, very well. Well, that's good. All right. Well, well, yeah. Let me know if you run into any issues with it. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Okay, why don't you write him the questions in Portuguese so that he knows what they are, and then you just say, okay, we're gonna do the first question, and then you read it, and then he knows in his own language. Oh, you want to do it in real time? All right, that's gonna be challenging. You know that, right? Okay. All right. You're really happy you found what? Oh yeah, same here, big man. Yeah, you should just, you could use it if you want as a lesson that whenever you do a podcast, ask any podcaster, they always lose something eventually. So have a backup going. So whenever you do your podcast, just even if it's like you have a recording going in the background, just do that because if you do this enough, you're gonna run into an issue where you um you lose something. Uh, Not to my knowledge. I mean, I do my best to ask everybody how they found out about me or whatever, and it doesn't usually when I'm on a podcast happen right away. What does happen is it'll be like 2 months or 3 months or even a year or two later. Someone will be like, "Hey, I heard you on this podcast, and I thought it was really interesting." And I'll be like, "Oh, what podcast?" And they'll be like, "Oh, the Life Podcast or whatever." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." But yeah, it usually doesn't happen right. I was just saying it usually doesn't happen. Oh, that's for certain, dog. Absolutely. It's like someone who wrote a book 400 years ago, and people have discovered the book and they'll read it. I have confidence in that. That's exactly right. quote to quote the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe, what we do on earth echoes in eternity, and you will echo in eternity. And hopefully, with the right technology, you'll be able to live in eternity. Absolutely. And let's be honest, you would have had it anyway. But I, no other person who you interview has a project that they say, well, they want to make you a trillionaire, but also that they have a much bigger scope of what they're doing. You may have somebody who's like, hey, I'm an electrician in the United States, and this is what I do, and these are the challenges that I undergo, and this is what my life is like with an electrician, and that's great. But hey, can I see what you were doing 3 years ago on this very date? And they'd be like, well, no. I mean, that's kind of a wild thing to ask. But with mine, you can. That's correct, sir. I agree. Did you ever see the It is. Did you ever see the um it's the it's considered the first YouTube video. It's like me at the zoo. Like the first YouTube video, it's called like me at the zoo. Do you know what I'm referencing? It's okay if you don't. It's the oldest YouTube video. It's like 21 years old, but it's just some guy who went to the zoo, and like he would have never thought that his trip to the zoo would be considered like the oldest, like it's such an impactful video. Potentially, yeah. That's right. That's great. When am I going to? When people can watch all my videos. So it'll take a few years because they have to confirm it. Oh yeah, and I'll have a few of them, a few different ones, because a lot of what I've done on camera has been archived and can be verified. Like it's one thing for someone to be like, most amount of hours slept on a stream. Okay, where's your evidence? And they'll be like, well, I just slept on a stream. Like, okay, that's fine, but is it recorded? Well, no. Okay, but mine are recorded. most meals eaten on camera. So it's not just one of them. Like once they have a chance to go through everything that I've done, it's potentially hundreds, if not thousands of them. All right. I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of people know about what I do. That's important. But, um, as they say, a rising tide lifts all ships. No doubt. No doubt. I agree with that. That's correct. Oh, that could happen. Yeah. Um, and I've been sending out emails about them as well. So I'm just not doing it on Twitter. I'm doing it on a bunch of different platforms. What'd you say? Yeah, I am too. Just got to keep it up. I say to myself, if I can say to myself, I need to send out 30 emails a day about being on people's podcasts to real Spotifyers, people whose emails I get from Spotify. In 1 year, I will be famous. Perhaps. Happy that you're part of it too. Potentially. But once I go viral, you're gonna go viral, and every single person I've ever been on this podcast and stream with will go viral. It'll be a big deal. No doubt is right. Oh, whose podcast do I want to do? I'd like to do the New York Times podcast or like the PBS podcast. I forget what it's called. It's a big one. It's like one of the biggest, like one of those really mainstream ones that has a liberal bend or more progressive bend. I feel like if I got on that, then there's like no podcast that wouldn't have me on because you're like legitimized. Once you're on those podcasts, you're not on like that. Those are the biggest mainstream podcasts. So it wouldn't be like Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan. Those would be cool, and I'd love to be on Joe Rogan. I'd love to be on Kill Tony. I'd love to be on one of those podcasts, but one of those like news hour podcasts or whatever. They're like I really would like to be on a PBS or or New York Times or it's called Ynet or like an Israeli podcast, something like that. That would be one of the Israeli newspaper podcasts. That would be really of interest to me. I'd be proud to do that. But even just, I'd want to do Chinese podcasts, like um, whatever. I mean, I don't know what all of those are, but like something like really like outside my wheelhouse, outside of what I'm used to. I mean, I can only control what I can control. Anybody can ask me any question that they want. It's not throughout our entire time together. How many times have I asked you about your name? Okay, I'm not famous either. Uh, it's like if I had the last name in the United States, Kennedy. People, have to, people don't. If I had the last, if my last name were Kennedy, United States. I didn't hear you. What did you say? I don't want to talk about those. Those aren't my wheelhouse. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. It comes down to this. What is my name? Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Are you a banker? No. I'm a certified project management professional. That's the end of the story. It would be like if you interviewed someone named Michael Kennedy and you'd say, "Are you related to President Kennedy?" They'd say no. Or they'd say, or they'd be like, "Are you part of the Kennedy clan?" Not directly. We share DNA. That's about it. That's the end of the story of that. I mean, there may be more to other things and to what you say and who you are, and that might be really interesting. But people, okay, I mean, let them be however they want to be. I can't control that. That's a very small portion of who I am and what I do. The thing is, in the future, the banking dynasty will consider themselves coming from me, not me coming from them. It's about data, it's about content. I have more data and content created than every single other member of my family, every single one combined. I have more data. Nobody else live streams their life. That means every newspaper article for hundreds of years, I have more content than every Rothschild ever combined. So it's like I will be seen as the patriarch of the family, as the scion of the family. And the people will be like, "Oh, are you from the Rabbi Rothschild part of the family, or are you from the banking part?" Because the banking part's lame. The cool part is the historian, the futurist, the rabbi's part of the family, and that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's there are a lot of like okay. Here's a. Do you know who Seth Rogen is? Okay, so he's an actor in the United States. Do you know who Joe Rogan is? Okay, so Joe Rogan's. I've never heard him ask, "Are you and Seth Rogen, cousins?" Like it's a big family. The Rogan family is a big family. So it's yeah, to some extent, but to other extents, Joe Rogan has more content created on the internet. He has like I don't know something like 350 days by now. If you combine all of his content, that's his own dynasty. That's huge. And maybe Seth Rogen and Joe Rogan are related somehow. I mean, we're all related somehow. But people don't get set up on that. They don't get hung up on that. They want to talk about what Joe Rogan does with the UFC and his podcast and his acting career and his Fear Factor career. They want to find out who the person is. Okay. Excellent. Well, I'm happy that you found our other podcast, and you should use it as a lesson that you need to have double. You need to record. Not that hard. If you have a computer, you just open up your recorder, and at least then you get you know like then you don't like you know I would have been okay if you would have been like, hey, can we re-record that or whatever. I would have been okay with that. Or if I didn't have it, I would have been okay with that. But not everybody's going to be. And imagine this was a really big interview for you. You want to make sure that it doesn't happen to you again. So you basically use it as a lesson. So, you've got like a voice recorder, or you could even, if even you used your phone, just use your phone And then it's not the same device too, which is important. If you avoid it from being the same device, so you play on your phone the or you record on your phone the voice recorder, and then you shouldn't have an issue.
And we know that smicha is done by Israel. So, but of course, we should say the summer show.
How did it go? Okay, what about YouTube? And that's good. What about YouTube? Okay, well that's good. What were the technical issues on Twitch? Okay.
And Sri is the number one avoid that gives you the main kapara on the second and everything else. And that's done by the owner. So if that whole thing is not done by the owner, so certainly not the shkita. Oh, tomorrow. The Hidayno in both Efshin and Shiefsha. It's what you did. They've done in Efshin and Shiefsha. The Gemara asks, but the owner can't use Riga because the plan from the back of the Israel. So the rest is the Riga. But if one of the other Kippurim, the Kohen Gadol Yom Kippur says the Shabbat is Parach Hadis Shalom. He has a special
Yeah, no, good question. So I'm getting my streams more organized, and I've been creating a lot of blogs. Um, so I like to write on futurist topics and just like pop culture, things about society. And I created a robot that does that for me automatically. And I'm just making sure that it populates correctly. I created, I'm in the process of creating about 2,000 blogs, which is a lot of not blog posts, blogs, individual blogs, which is a massive amount of blogs. And then each blog, I want to have at least 100 posts. So that's 200,000 posts, which is just, it's got to be the biggest set of blogs in the world. And basically, yeah, that why not? Why not, right? Why not try to have as much content as possible? Yeah, I mean, potentially, it's like uh, imagine someone were a basketball player, and in- instead of going into their career like I want to win a championship, they were like I want to win all the championships, and I want to break every single scoring record and every single assist record and everything. If it's a record, then it becomes a target that I want to break. That's kind of how I am. uh i I want to do it all, as they say. So so that's what I'm doing, and I feel that that's a different kind of strategy than a lot of streamers, but that's okay. I mean, I nobody says I have to have the same strategy as every other streamer. But if I'm going to do it, I want to do. If I'm going to do it, I want to do it better than anybody else. I agree, and I think that we're in a unique time where the internet is generally pretty free, not completely free, but you can generally say what you want and publish what you want, and they don't charge you. I could see a time in the future where YouTube charges you. If you want to stream for an hour, okay, it's $5, and that's going to limit a lot of things. But right now it's free. So why not take advantage of it while it's free? Okay. 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 I mean, go ahead. Do they have dating apps in your country? Okay, so why don't you just join some dating apps, take some good pictures of yourself, review your biography? Yes, it is. It is that easy. Why are you putting challenges in between you and your end goal? It's literally this easy. It's not even like it used to be where you had to go meet someone in public. You can sit in your bed. If you have good pictures, you have a good bio, and you just swipe right, swipe right, swipe right on girls that you like, and then you'll get people in your inbox, and then you start talking to them. How is it not that easy? It's literally that easy. You could go on a date every single night. You could go on a date every single night from now until when you fall in love and not have an issue. It's not hard. As a charity. Yeah, absolutely. It's a charity case. That's fine. You don't have to go for that girl. She sucks. You need to go for some girls in your area. How many pictures do you have? That's not what you want. Those for those you want quality, not quantity. So you pick 5 good pictures. One of you doing something adventurous. One of you in your home. One of you with an animal. One of you with your friends. One of you doing a hobby that you love. Just those 5, you make sure that they're HD, high quality pictures that you look really good in them, and then in your biography, it's short and simple. It's hi, my name is Anton. Whatever you want to go by, but Tony, I am a whatever old whatever you do. I'm an AI enthusiast. I'm into finance. I wouldn't say cryptocurrency. I'd say finance, and I'm a podcaster. And I would love to get to know you and take you. It's as simple as that. That's it. You say I'm single, no children, never married, and I'd love to take you on a date. Okay, that's great. That's it. And you're gonna have a ton of girls who are in your inbox. As simple as that. You haven't you haven't you haven't you haven't done it, so you don't know. And until you do it, you'll never know. And then you just swipe right on chicks or whatever. You accept their invitations. You start getting girls in your inbox. I'm telling you, you could have girls in your inbox by this time tomorrow if you just did what I said. Well, I don't know everything that you do, but I think they're interesting. AI, finance, podcasting, those are cool hobbies. Yeah, that's fine. Those are cool. So instead of saying football, I mean that's fine, but you could say sports. I mean, you make it more vague so that you're just like you don't have to tell her absolutely everything right away because I'm sure a lot of guys have the same thing. So you say, I mean, the big one is, are you 6 feet tall? Okay, that's fine. No big, no big deal. No big so, but that's fine. So you say, my name is Tony. I'm XYZ age. I enjoy sports, finance. I'm a podcaster. I am single, unmarried, looking for love. I would love to take you on a date. Please send me a DM if you're interested. Something like that, or whatever. Uh, it's very simple. Then you have your 5 good pictures, and then you go fall in love. What's so hard about that? Uh, I would go on them all. Why limit yourself to one? That's okay. I mean, you want to fall in love, right? It's like, hey, dude, why to go to one bar and try to find the prettiest girl for you when you can go to 10 bars and find the prettiest girl for you? So I would join the top 5 area or whatever they are: Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, whatever they are, and then I would take my profile. It's very easy. And then every day I would spend 5 minutes just going through girls and messages and stuff. And if you did that regularly every single day for the next month, you'd be in a relationship by this time next month. You and I both know. No, you don't have to. If you don't have the money to do it, which you don't need to. Okay, I mean, that's another thing. You can get a job. Yes, it is. Again, same thing. Go to ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Career Builder. Take your resume, put it into ChatGPT, have it optimized for career keywords, and then you apply. You'd spend an hour every single day applying to hundreds of jobs every single day, and in 1 month, you'll be employed with a girlfriend.
Here we have the two.
I agree. That's what I said. That's what I said. That's why I said you should just live in here. That's why I said you should just live in here. And whenever you have a question, you just ask me, hey, and then we would talk about it. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I have a lot of experience and I can just tell you like how to get a job when you have no job and like no if you didn't have education. And what job would you have? You'd have your opportunity at a bunch of jobs. So long as you are someone who will show up and not I don't care where you are. They have jobs in every country. It works anywhere. All of the countries are the same. China's the same. Israel's the same. South Africa's the same. I've helped people in Nigeria get jobs. South America, everywhere. It's not like you'd be the first person I'd help get a job. This is a winning strategy. Any job out there, any job out there, the most important thing is accountability. Are you going to show up on time and are you going to work the job? That's the most important. Okay, so then that's better than 90% of all candidates out there. Go do it. Okay, good. Okay. I,
That's what. High carbon it says we're here it says remember بتصير بخوكة مرات هو بيقول لي أقول صار بخوكة كده عقل so somebody asked before I don't remember are you you said that you want the carrier has to repeat itself twice in touching in order for it to be canonical. Now the problem is that in the info, the whole part of info it does say the word hookah. Now what does it say? Now it says the word hookah. You must miss every single one of those steps, and if you miss one step, throw it out. So the one doesn't have to repeat itself twice. It's enough to say people that was you must do it. You don't have to repeat twice. Go around the one. Also, podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts. You want to come up with an excuse? No, you're right. Just go back. Let's go back. The eating part, not the avoiding part. It doesn't refer to the eating. For this, very list of 14 things. Okay, so what do you have there for now?
Coincidentally, that same day on the paper, if you turn over the front sheet, was the advertisement for Ed Teller coming the next day.
Wow.
Giving a lecture, at the lab. So
you go to a talk he gives or something?
yeah, he was about to give a talk. I got there early. He's sitting outside reading the paper because the door was locked. So I wanted to go super early too because I thought maybe it's going to be crowded or whatever. He's reading the front page of the paper because or else I really didn't know how to go up and say anything, but I went, oh, it's the perfect segue. He's already reading about me. So I was like, hi, Ed, I'm the guy you're reading about there.
What was Edward Teller like?
He's a grumpy old man. That's just the only way I could describe him.
Did he have any sort of distinct accent?
Of course he has a distinct accent. Ed Teller,
Yeah, but
he had giant eyebrows and yeah. I mean, he looked exactly like himself.
Yeah. Fascinating. And so, what was the conversation like? Are you like, hey, that's me? And then what did he say?
He said, well, that's fascinating, but I can't remember it verbatim, but he said,
but it is grossly impractical.
I said, yeah, it's not made to be a practical, mode of transportation. And then we only spoke for a short time, and then you can hear the door unclick, swing open, and a guy greeted him, oh, Mr. Teller, and so they brought him in, and that was that. But as time went on, I made reference to that meeting when I sent him a resume after I had moved on from Los Alamos, and he remembered me, and that's who directed me to EG&G, how this all started to go to S4.
Have you ever seen, there's a video of Edward Teller being questioned on his relationship with you?
Yeah,
it's really funny because first of all, he goes into, he's being questioned on nuclear propulsion, and he doesn't want to get into it. It's very clear. And then he's questioned on you, and he has the exact same reaction.
It is, in my opinion, not interesting. I don't intend to answer it. If you ask me that question on camera, I will shut up. I will sit silent. You're not going to get an answer out of me on that.
Okay. And if I ask you on camera if you know Bob Lazar, can you just say no?
I will sit silently.
I mean, I spoke to the guy before he went and interviewed Teller. He was one of Teller's students. And he said, I'm going to bring up you to Teller. And I went, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome to see how fast he denies me.
Yeah.
And he did immediately.
But he denied you in the same way. First he goes, yeah, technically you could get, a real power source from nuclear. And basically implying he knows a lot about it, but he's not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I think he said, is there anything other than fission or fusion?
That's right.
No, nothing that anyone would be interested about. Yeah, but there's total annihilation, yeah, he just completely discounted that, which is interesting for Teller.
Do you think that he's talking about, because you talk about this 115, you had a
I don't know if that's who it
goes
was
up to
referring
16, and then you get this matter and antimatter annihilation thing.
I don't know if that's what it was referring to, but he's clearly not addressing the most powerful nuclear reaction there is, and why would he do that?
And he's clearly also denying the nuclear knowledge in the same way that he's denying his link to you.
Yeah.
Which to me is such a tell that he obviously met you.
It's really weird that he would do that.
And so you were at Los Alamos, and were you working with other physicists at the time, or what was your main kind of like day-to-day responsibility there?
Well, it changed. I was building, I think, this was for the particle accelerator. They wanted to be able to trim the voltage to a very fine degree. So I was building some high voltage power supplies, stuff that's insulated by fiber optics, so you could make adjustments, from a distance without interfering with, the electric fields or anything. And day to day, there was just maintenance on the targets and experiments we were doing. So it's cryogenics and, dealing with high power magnets and, what else? Radioactive materials. Yeah. Los Alamos stuff. I'm just trying to remember what I did every day, but it was, there was no really regular routine. We'd either be working on getting ready to do an experiment, so we'd be working on, the detection equipment, or setting up the experiment, and it all had to do with, the output of the accelerator and adjusting that.
So this was a particle accelerator?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a half-mile long linear accelerator in Los Alamos.
Oh, cool.
And the beam splits off. It comes down and it splits off into different experimental areas. So you can conduct a whole bunch of different experiments, just from one beam. And they can put different things in the targets to make different particles and go different directions. And depending on the speed of the particle going by and its spin and how long it's in transit, you can calculate its mass and, backtrack and then put things together. Analogy I always gave was it's like if you wanted to analyze a Swiss watch, but you really couldn't look inside, but so you could take it and throw it as hard as you can at a concrete wall, and then it busts apart and all the pieces go flying off. Well, by looking at those pieces, you could backtrack everything. You could see if one was spinning a certain direction, the rotation and how fast it came up, then the mass of it, if it was turning before, and by the angles you could put it back there, and eventually you can reassemble the thing and see how it was made just from the particles flying apart. So essentially what an accelerator does is smash something apart, and then we can figure out how it all goes together just by monitoring those particles.
It's so cool.
So that's what I did at Los Alamos.
Did you get the sense that there were two branches of science that was a little more classified, and then public science?
No, not at that point.
Not at that point.
Not at that point. I thought we were all on the same level.
Yeah. Now, I know you can't say why they erased you from MIT, and there are a lot of people out there who say you faked your educational credentials. You have very good, I think, reason that at least passes, Joe Rogan and some other people who I really trust, their sniff test.
He said that he was working on something for the government and they sent him to MIT to learn something.
But I will ask you, is there anything you can say high level that hints at why you can't talk about why you're at MIT?
Well, I was sent there. Okay, and if you're sent there for a specific reason, maybe to do some classified research or work.
It's gonna be off the books.
But it's also, you also can't talk about it because it's still, the government's never going to come and prosecute me for, at least I hope not, for releasing information about S4. But assuming I was working on a weapons system, that's still covered under the security agreement. And at this point in my life, I just don't want to make any waves.
Yeah.
So,
no, I think that's very reasonable. It's also, I should note, and this is me talking and not you, MIT long as a university, affiliated research center. It's called the UARC, and they do all sorts of classified stuff. They have a super soldier program. We're always at the forefront of nanotechnology, and so the idea that
anything I would have potentially been working on wouldn't be so outlandish as super soldiers, or it'd be just very conventional.
Sure.
But still classified material.
Yeah,
stuff.
I think it's just helpful because this stuff is circulating out there, and the idea that you would get sent to that school specifically and work on something that you can't talk about is very feasible.
I did get sent, but
okay,
I would have gotten
theoretically,
sent.
hypothetically, yeah.
You got sent there.
If I got sent there, there's a very clear possibility I would be able to talk about it, and I'd be working on some classified stuff.
If you wanted to hire a guy who could think clearly, out of the box, and help solve problems, but who could be discredited if you needed to do that, Bob was probably the best person in the country at the time. He was perfect for it.
George Knapp was originally this very instrumental part of Breaking Your Story in 1989 as part of KLAS. Did you took him to Los Alamos? Is that right? At some point?
Yeah, I told him all this Los Alamos stuff, and I said, "Well, let's go there. I'll show you." And security was a little more lax back then, so we got in a plane and we just rented a car. And, at that time, everyone I knew still worked there. So, including the guards, we get in, "Hey, Bill, Bob, you're back," and so we're in, and, just took charge everywhere. There's my desk, here's this, and, walk in here, and I still knew combinations to places of water.
Right.
I'm sure it was not all 100% legal, but yeah, George just walked around, filmed everything, spoke to people that I worked with, and he said, "All right, we can check that box off," and then we went back.
Yeah, and because I also, again, I want to address some of these detracting comments circulating online. There are people who are like, "Oh, he just quizzed the physicists, at Los Alamos, but he really had some other job there or something." First of all, your description of a particle accelerator and how to actually, detect subatomic particles, I think was, first class. And then second, you have a guy in George Knapp, which you have to either accuse him of some sort of collusion or something in his orientation towards you, or admit that you showed him around. People knew your name. He saw it. Yeah, and clearly he was trying to suss you out by asking you to invite him, right?
Yeah, I just don't pay attention to the detractors and the nonsense. I mean, to me, we're past that.
I never met Dr. Teller again, but in 1988, when I decided to re-enter the scientific community, I sent him a resume, an inquiry about a job. Dr. Teller responded by telephone and told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned in a chief consultant capacity. He gave me the name of a contact to call in Las Vegas. I made that call and things progressed from there until I got to the program at S4.
And so you send the resume and he remembers you somehow, and
because I made mention of the jet car in Los Alamos.
And then he sends your resume to EG&G, and then you get a job there.
I don't know if he sent it. He when he did reply to me, he gave me contact information for EG&G. So I don't know if he said, or just have a look at this young man or something like that, or if he did send the resumes. I don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Did you know anything about EG&G at the time, or?
I know they did measurements. They did all the. Those are the guys that came out and figured how to, photograph, an exploding nuclear bomb without it getting overexposed. They did all kinds of things, make giant flash tubes so you can photograph cities from bombers and stuff. So that's about all I know. I knew they were just, a contractor that did weird stuff for the government, but, leaning heavily in the nuclear testing area.
It's a company that is the namesake of Doc Edgerton, who was MIT faculty, actually. And
Edgerton, Grimmerhausen, and Greer.
There you go.
Many types of cameras will be used. The most important are fast tags, which operate up to 9,000 frames per second and expose that entire footage in a fraction of a second.
Have you looked at any of the other, obviously you're really into nuclear, and then you worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite that I'm sure you're aware of, Luigi, called UFOs and Nukes by a friend of mine named Robert Hastings. And he talks about UFOs like tic-tac, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes and sizes of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases all across the U.S.
I've certainly heard that.
Isn't that interesting? There are 167 whistleblowers who are on what's called the PRP program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen because they're guarding the crown jewels of American defense.
Oh, really?
167 of these guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's really 167 of those guys?
167 of these guys. It's really wild.
That's incredible. I mean, that should be investigated further, and I'm sure it is, but not publicly. But you're talking about nuclear sites. If you're talking about nuclear sites, you are at the very core of national security.
So my point is if you're doing the photography of that early on, you've got to have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they were the guys documenting and photographing everything from every angle, from everywhere.
Yes.
So if in fact all that stuff was going on, EG&G had to catch something.
Totally. And EG&G, it keeps coming up for me too in my own investigations. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo, where the scientist who actually lives in Austin, his name is Eric Davis, meets with the head of J2 Joint Chiefs, under whose purview is all military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the parking lot of EG&G, and Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So you get a job at EG&G. What's your first touch point there? And so you have a little bit of context, but
yeah, I originally went in there. I didn't know what the job was.
Yeah.
They interviewed me for that, and somewhere in the middle of it, they said, we actually have a different job that we're thinking of plugging you into now. I think I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, they said, we're changing channels. We think we have, and I think, so I don't know if they were both something at S4 or something else was going to be for EG&G or the Department of Naval Intelligence, and then they thought maybe S4 would be a better fit. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but there were two jobs there, and they decided I'd be better off with the second one, and the second one was S4 out at the Papoose Lake area.
And what were they screening for? Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at? And then when you go to the bathroom, why do they shift and they say, this guy's actually going to, that UFO thing we're stuck on, this guy's going to break it wide open. He could be a good hire there.
I don't think that's what they said. But, I think they were stuck, and I think they kept, just because of the way the place is arranged, they kept trying to attack the problem from the same direction all the time, which is only going to yield the same result. In fact, if you expected anything else, you're nuts. That's the definition of crazy, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results. Most of their questions was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I did after work. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? And I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside of the box.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I fit, because before that, you had really straight-laced scientists, physicists, technicians, that abided by the rules and all that. And they, look, we need a little push from another direction. And, it's my guess. I think that's why they popped me in.
At that point, do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into?
No, but they said it's at a remote area and the work hours can vary. Some people are out there for 2 weeks on, 1 week off.
Yeah.
some people, and depends if they're married or not or anything, and can spend that much time out there. Some people only go out 3 days a week, and and some people are just on call, and for the time being, it would probably need you sporadically going out there on call, and until we get you up to speed. And do you have any problem with traveling? I said, no. So I thought, wow, if it's out in the desert, it's probably. I thought it was the only thing I knew about the desert was at that time was a nuclear test site. So I thought it was weapons related, and specifically nuclear weapon related. And I was going to be at the nuclear test site at somewhere stationed near Mercury. The way it worked was they'd call me at random days, and they'd say, Miss Blizzard is now such and such time. We need you to come out today. So I'd go out there. I'd drive out to EG&G Special Projects, which was right in McCarran Airport at that time. I'd go through a little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the Janet flights. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the test site.
363 Las Vegas Tower, runway 26 right, line up away, traffic downfield.
Yeah, we just took off and landed, and I still thought I was at I didn't know I was at Area 51.
Yep. And you land at Area 51.
Yeah.
And
first of all, at that time, Area 51 meant nothing. It's just, this is known as Area 51. Okay. As
right.
all the the test sites split up into areas. It's Area 2, Area 5, so it's 51. Okay.
At what point do you go to S4?
I've told the story so much, and it's been so long. All the days kind of mix and infuse into one now, so I can't separate what you did on that day. What'd you do on the third day? No,
of course.
But I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just a paperwork and stuff day. But the second day, for sure, we drove down, got in the bus, and it was a long, bumpy ride. And the windows were blacked out on the bus, and it was just a navy blue painted bus, and it seemed like we went south. By the time we got off the bus, I mean, the sun was setting to my right.
And then what happens next?
Well, I mean, when I got there?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where Dennis let me in.
And who's Dennis for the audience?
I guess you could call him my supervisor, but he was kind of my shadow and everything. He was just attached to me.
This is Dennis Mariani. Yeah. And so he leads you in.
Yeah, he leads me in. There's a guard there. We get past him, and then they had to train the hand reader to give me a card to open the doors. So that's the first time I saw that hand scanner. I get the card, he shows me this, you swipe on the door and it records every time you come in and out and do everything. And
is there a bodyguard or like a...
No, once you're in the room with the scanner, there's nothing. There's just a door you open up. But it's just a really long corridor. And just kind of, it's not modern, looks old. It's just painted cinder block with light green and dark green. Kind of looked like my old kindergarten or something.
It's this vast expanse, and is all of it underground or in a mountain, or?
It's kind of on the side of a mountain.
Okay.
So the hangars are right on the side, or it's a hill, I guess, however you want to describe it.
Sure.
So the hangars are there, and then the corridor is in back of the hangars, so that gives you hangar access. And there were 9 hangars, so, and they're fairly big, so that explains why the corridors were so long.
Mm-hmm. And so you're in there, you see this vast expanse, then what happens?
We went to review the briefings first, so that was off to the right. We came in, there was a desk there, somebody had already laid out all the briefings, which were summaries of the projects going on. So they didn't go in depth, but in case your project connected to some of these in some way, you had to have a brief overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first, the first briefing on there.
And so that was your project.
Yeah.
And then, but you had other briefings as well.
Yeah.
And And that was Project Looking Glass?
Looking Glass and
what else?
Sidekick.
And Sidekick. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I imagine you take most interest in Galileo, but you also look through Looking Glass and Sidekick.
Yeah.
Is that right?
But Galileo dealt with the propulsion system of the craft, and the directives that are given. There were two primary directives. Is one to duplicate the propulsion system or components thereof with available materials, available Earth materials. And directive 2 was to be able to remotely disable the operation of the system. And I don't know how it was worded. Somewhere the word "at all costs" was in there. So that was really a high priority. But they certainly wanted to duplicate it, but they really wanted to disable it.
I do think that's an important distinction in the mandate of the program. It's to not necessarily reverse engineer, but to parallel engineer. Find ways to, with terrestrial, normal, prosaic engineering, build.
Or come up with a hybrid system. Something, the bottom line is we want to produce the effects this machine is having. So just do it. However you can. Just do it.
Which makes sense given the skill set they seem to take interest in with you, because you are this outside of the box thinker. You're not this prim and proper traditional academic or something who does not want to break rules, who might be extremely high IQ, but isn't necessarily rebellious in the way they think within these sort of narrow confines they're given.
Yeah, they were just looking to come at another angle, and maybe we can, uncover something.
And just for the audience, what is Sidekick and what is Project Looking Glass?
Sidekick was the weapon potential of the craft. The craft, if you're familiar with it, has 3 of the emitters on the bottom, look like large trash cans, and they send out the gravity waves, or whatever form of energy is, but, Sidekick dealt with using those to focus a particle beam to stop it from diverging. So it appeared to be, there was some sort of weapon potential doing that.
Like a directed energy weapon.
Yeah, I think it was a particle weapon, so I don't know what the source was, but that's just what the briefing contained in it. And
are you given any other context before reading these documents?
No.
And when you're reading these documents, what's going through your
mind? Some of the stuff in there was just nonsense. And you wonder, was this like a test? There is stuff like, the aliens had made 65 corrections to in the evolution of humans and things. And as Barry explained to me, he said, look, they keep everything classified here, but if somebody says something, and they hear it on the grapevine, and they said, yeah, they've got a disc, an alien craft, down at the test site. They don't know where it comes from. But everybody that they give briefings or information to, they put unique nonsense information there. So, like if I had said anything, they, said, yeah, there's flying saucers down there, and aliens made 65 corrections. They go, Lazar's the guy that. So I think they put it in there to attach to a person, he got this, and they make it something enticing to say.
So you go through these briefings, what happens next?
At some point, I went to the nurse who, it was the only female that was there. She said, we have to do an allergen test. And I guess they had a bunch of samples from different materials. They drew a little grid on my arm and then just pricked them and, waited for a reaction. They gave me something to drink, which is supposedly supposed to boost my immune system. It was a deep orange-yellow color, and I think that was because the vitamin B was in there, and I can taste that because it's really a nasty taste.
What did it taste like?
Yeah, like a vitamin B solution.
Okay.
But it also had a pine taste to it. But anyway, that was that. I wasn't allergic to anything, as it turned out, and eventually go in and was introduced to Barry, who's going to be my lab partner, and from what I understand, I was replacing somebody that he worked with.
What was Barry like?
Barry, I don't know, how would you describe Barry? Barry was very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
He was really happy I was there, and really excited to show me stuff. But clearly a lot had been done before I got there.
Yeah.
If this was new, everything would be white, right? Everybody would be in, you always want labs and everything white in case you see a little speck of dust or a part falls somewhere, you can identify them. You wouldn't have, wooden lab benches and things like that. You'd probably have people in full respirator suits if they're just beginning, but these guys had reached a point where it was nonchalant, where they were touching, working with this stuff, and it really wasn't a thing. As if they were taking apart a car engine. So they had made a lot of progress, and they weren't afraid of what they were working with, although we were plenty afraid of the reactor.
And you at no point were you like, this could be some anti-gravity secret program that I just wasn't cleared to.
No.
Okay.
I mean, initially when I first saw it, I went, "Oh, that's what this whole thing's about." It's just our new fighter, and it looks like a flying saucer. So that's why people believe in flying saucers, because they see these new fighters flying around, and it became quickly obvious that wasn't the case. Like, we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible, and there's no country in the world could make something like that, or have the power density that it has. It's inconceivable. So, to affect space and time, look, if another country was able to build something like that, the United States wouldn't exist.
To anybody who's a detractor, who could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a prop. Some people would say, do you think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people and all that? Because I built it, there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% not possible. It's as far as if we have to consider it being a 52, almost 53 foot diameter craft, the main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one point stand up in the middle of, that main level is in the center of the disc. And there is nothing that was visually witnessed on the bottom level when he peaked that is a supporting column holding that 53-foot diameter floor. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material.
That's the first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting. That's right,
because I built it. So
I think you know more about the craft at this point.
Because of the thickness of the floor that we could see, because of the lip of the access way, we could see the thickness of the floor. Also, where the honeycomb hatchway is, you can see the thickness of the floor. That thickness,
52 feet diameter.
Right. There is nothing
with
on
no
Earth
central support
that would not be doing like this and potentially collapse. There's nothing. We have nothing.
That's a completely unique structural anomaly.
Yeah.
Good job, Luigi. I never even entertained that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's right, but that's 100% true.
Yeah. There's nothing that can do that.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. What is the color of the craft itself?
It's kind of a pewter stainless looking, but it's Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away.
describe how sad.
I wish I could. I've tried to describe this a lot. And what's interesting is that my friend Gene Huff, who was my kind of confidant at the time, and I tell him about this stuff, and I said, one of the weirdest things is if you're close to it, it looks like crap, and when you get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this and getting it in, and sure as hell, whatever they did, Luigi will probably best tell you about that. When they take the camera and they put it in the hanger and look at it close up, it looks like it should, and if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks, so they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close that it's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual craft.
And there's a part of the craft that you describe as blacker than black. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. What they call the portholes around the top? Sure. I do not believe are portholes. What I think, there's a black ring that goes around the top part of the craft. And we call that the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in that top section, but that's where these small square / rectangular holes are around. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array, where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking at starlight or whatever. It determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black. And it's not just Fanta black at all. They almost look like bottomless pits in there. But I know they're solid. I mean, Barry told me they're solid. I guess I don't know. Barry claimed they're solid, so to be technical, I don't know for a fact. I mean, but I still think there's some kind of sensors, but that is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black.
What's up, Tony?
It doesn't look right.
Did anybody else that they gave them an honor?
It was definitely unnerving, right. I think was his word, looking at those.
And generally, was that like a kind of ubiquitous, like you walked into that thing?
Show me what you want.
I didn't hear that from anybody, but it certainly was for me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. That seems fine. Okay. Okay.
That's why Yoshi put the fires over there. It's wood burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon that needs wood to burn, then it requires salt.
What's coming back for season 2? That's great.
Then I shouldn't have to smoke. Only some that requires wood. Martin Luther was saying that wood
Go ahead. Yeah, I've played golf, basketball, soccer, football, tennis, racquetball, squash, swimming.
interesting thing that's going on here. The Gemara says that since the blood
Hold on, running. It's too hard because I have to hold a camera. Yeah.
they go together, and therefore to require salt.
5, 9 and 3/4.
Okay, this suffering that can be caused of the blood should also talking about they were with us. Some of them don't come. The wine doesn't come because of blood. The wine comes together with it when we move it. My time wrong. This says Achino Shtia. There's wine and there's meat. Like that's what we eat on Shabbos. Wow. There's Achino and the Shtia.
I want to do it. I want to do a 24-hour stream with Joe Rogan and a bunch of comedians, and we have a sleepover, and we play video games and like eat pizza and drink beer and stuff. I want it to be on the Joe Rogan Experience. Yeah, I mean, Aiden Ross has been in my stream, so it'd be cool to meet him IRL. Dr. Disrespect's been in my stream. So that'd be cool. Mr. Beast would be cool. Um, Sniper, Sniper Wolf would be cool. Um, like all of them. Like I've I've created clips of like every streamer ever, basically. At least every one on Kick. So all those people would be cool. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Okay, what did you say? I mean, what do you want to do? Yeah, whenever you stream, whenever you stream, just come in here and then you have somebody on your stream as well. Exactly. So you come in here and then you just do your stream, and then if you want to talk, we can talk, and then that's on your stream. And if you want to show your camera, you can. If you want to focus on your audience, you can. But then you have real people to talk to, and you have your chat. Okay. Do I need a headset? Yeah, I mean, people know I'm streaming in here, and generally, if they think that, if I think that they're saying something inappropriate, I do my best to say, "Hey, you can't talk about that" or something. But usually, that only has to do with like really serious subjects. So, um, generally, I mean, I can't say 100% of the time, but 99.999% of the time, no one's going to say anything in here because they know I'm streaming. So if they know it's okay that I'm streaming it, then it'll be okay for you to stream it. Yeah, I'm like that too. I think a lot of people are like that.
No, I think it's later. It's later also. No, no. Let me show that later. I have to show later.
So a little later today, I'm going to teach a class which is going to take about 2 hours. So I don't know when you're going to stream or whatever, but if I'm unavailable, I'll still be in here. It's just I won't be able to focus on you.
You have to look up these limbs. Why? Because there are six things that are similar to.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Outside of the headphone, something.
It's just you as you get older, birthdays don't become that important. You recognize that it's just another rotation around the sun. That's life. And it's not a big birthday. 22 is not a big birthday. If you were turning 18 or 20 or 21 or 30 or 40, okay, yeah, but 22 is just kind of like whatever. And you got and it's not close to your birthday. Your birthday's still 40 days away. If you were like my birthday's tomorrow. Oh, great. Congratulations, like happy birthday, but you've got to you're that's not the right focus. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. You should always be aware when your birthday is, but it's like you can't expect other people to get excited about your birthday that happens in 40 days. That's not a big deal. There you go. There you go. Even if it were this month, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But it's like it's next month and 10 days. And it's like, all right, I mean, it's on my radar. It's not like it's not even this month. So, you know, I'm happy for you though. Exactly. So it's like, okay. I mean, it would be like saying like, "Oh, my birthday's in 5 months." Like, okay, would you want me to get excited about that? Like, that's not it's not like it's not that close, is what I'm basically saying. So if you wanted me to get excited about it, then uh, keep in mind it should be a little closer. And then also, I didn't know if you were going to tell me something like, and I plan on doing something and something and something. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like you were just like in 1 month and 1 week is my birthday. And I'm like, okay, like, okay. And like, is there more to it? And you're like, well, I thought you'd be excited for it. It's like, that's 40 days. So it wasn't as much that I, do I what? Go ahead. Um, yeah, I've had, like we celebrate people's birthdays in here if they want. Some people don't. Um, like I celebrated, I, okay. Well then come in here 40 days before. Um, And then like the people who like will sing happy birthday to people and such, and um if they want. There are some people who don't want to make a big deal out of their birthday, and that's cool. For my birthday, just it depends. I mean, I treat it like a normal day. It's not like anything life changing. This year, I made a special video that I basically was undertaking a undertaking a project in addition to the project that I currently do, where I wanted to teach a class on Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, at least one class per day for the rest of my life. And so I've been doing that now for 148 straight days, and so like that had a significant impact on my life this year. That's the class I'll teach later today. But I mean, really, what do you want me to do about it? Uh, it's not like I'm with you in person where I can be like, hey, we're gonna go out to dinner for your birthday, or we're gonna go on vacation or something for your birthday. It's like I'll I want you to celebrate it. I want you to have a good day. And if you come in here, we'll sing you happy birthday, or we'll do something and uh whatever. But it's again, it's like it's it's just a day. And you'll find as you get older, es- especially now that you're not like in your teens, birthdays just kind of run together. Like they're they're big when you're a kid. Hey, it's your eighth birthday. Great job. Like, okay, that's cool. Because you've only ever celebrated eight birthdays. But now you're gonna be celebrating 22. And it's like, okay, that's you're an adult. There isn't really a highlight of the 22nd birthday, at least not in the United States. Like when you turn 18 in the United States, you're considered an adult, and that's big. You can go to the movies and do some other things. When you're 21 in the United States, you can drink. That's big. If you were like, hey, I turned 21 in 40 days or whatever, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Do you have plans? And you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out with my friends and we're gonna go get drunk or whatever. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just be safe or whatever. But 22, you could already do all that kind of stuff, and you'll find as you get older, birthdays just don't resonate. uh, you've done it before. It's just a sign of experience. Yeah, that'll be a big deal. But let's one step at a time, basically. There you go. There you go. As your birthday comes up, though, if you remind me, there's something to get excited about, but not when it's not even this month, and it's the not even the it's 40 days away. So is it in July? Exactly. Is it in July? Oh, that's a good birthday though. Um, well, sort of. The solstice is technically the start of summer, which is June 21st, and at least in the United States, the start of summer is usually Memorial Day weekend, which is this weekend. But what it is the start of is the fiscal year in business. So a lot of business calendars start with your birthday. So that's cool. And it's the start of the month, which is cool too. All right. Oh, well, I mean, your age is relative. To a classroom of first graders, you are old. To a classroom of elderly people, you're not old. It's just relative. And especially with mind uploading technology and life extension technology and perhaps age reversal, 22 is just a number. In the future, your cellular age may be younger than it currently is right now. It is true. So so it's like um and I think about that, like, however old you may be, it's just a number. If life extension technology and mind uploading technology and age reversal are a thing, then it's it's not like what it once was. Like, death was imminent and a destiny for so many different for everyone. But there may be a way around it now. And if there's a way around it, then age is just a number.
We have this one, the cloud of rotten cloud. That's up here. But if you're gonna remove wood, which requires salt,
Yeah, I mean, people might consider you to be a young adult until maybe at least 30.
that already took it out from Mount Pasecha. So now what do I do with the cloud of rotten cloud?
No, I'm 40. It's not. It's not. I bet your parents are 40. Do you say to them, that's very interesting? No, it's an age. Okay. That's okay. No big. I'm 40 years old. You can refer to me in any way you want. I'm here to help you. I have a lot of knowledge that I've gleaned over the last 4 decades. Well, and then perhaps at that time we'll be 1,040 and 1,022 years old, and we'll be like, "Wow, remember we were just babies." When it comes around, but I've always felt that I wanted to be like 50 when I wanted to have children. I always wanted to be older. I felt that I wanted to be established and have knowledge. I did not want to be a young father. That was something that I absolutely wanted to avoid. I felt that I wanted the maturity. The older I could wait, the more knowledge I could bestow upon my children, and the better they would be. I can think of myself at age. I mean, I don't really focus on those. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Just like this society. Agora, e aí, vai dar isso na coisa. Tem right that says that these four things don't happen. It's different than what we learned yesterday. Hate salt. We said we need salt.
That's correct. No, I've had people from Czech Republic before. Definitely United States. Africa's really big too. We've had some people from Australia, certainly Europe, Asia, definitely India, everywhere in the world, Canada, United Kingdom, but generally places where they speak English.
Says no.
Flirting with me? Yeah, I've gotten people to flirt with me. Sometimes women come in here and just openly masturbate, and it is what it is. Like they turn their camera on and they look at me in the camera and they masturbate to me. I'm not. I was joking about something like that. It's happened. They're streamers or OnlyFans. They're streamers or OnlyFans girls or whatever, and they get horny and they recognize that I'm always online and there's something attractive about that, and then they just turn their camera on. They're absolutely naked, and I mean it's one of the reasons why you have to be 18 to be in here. And then they masturbate, and then they go on their way, and it's like, all right, if that's what you want to do. Knock yourself out. There's a certain power in being and recording your life. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lot of power, but some people find it very attractive. Yeah, you should put your podcast everywhere that it can be heard.
That's, I think,
No, they have comedians. No, they have comedians on there. They have people who don't show any nudity. A lot of celebrities go on there. They're trying to branch out to be less adult and more of just a platform. I mean, if you're not naked, then what's the big deal? My man, it's just skin. Okay, I'll be right back.
We have another nice sugi now about here. When you as we started to record, you drink more. They want to be over cars, maybe not a drink like that. Probably not. But you're not over your car, that's what comes out. That's tomorrow. We have this whole word, I'm going to set laws and stuff. Because that's blood doesn't get salted. A lot of people have amino down the way around. How can you salt the blood?
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
What?
Open your free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Blood. And once you ruin the blood, you can't
Use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control. What's
So
inside?
that's a party, you can't go on the stuff. It's ruin blood. Give them awesome. You know, they're good. No one's even over. Now she's destroyed. Hey, no, girl. If you take blood and you cook it, you're not a buggy bear. That's part of it. Cook blood, you hear that? So here's a way out. Should have answered, and you know it. There's another one. There's another way. You have $2 in reduction of you're not over. It says Rashi right over here. And he says that it's just underlined. When you add salt to blood, it's like as if you boil it. And when you boil it, it loses its property. And therefore, that's how you can spray on the back. Why do I need a part of the belly? They should put salt in the blood. So you add salt. You ruin it. Right, this is day on that. Another song I'm not going to get to us, but we're going to. In foreign slung the headlong, anybody machine replica. When you have any limbs of an animal that you put on the grill first, before you put it, you're supposed to put the meat of the carbon. You need whatever is good without knowing it. Shot George Snyder drove true. When you grill it, you do that first. What I heard was a little clip. It's like, it ruins it because the aroma comes out of it at that point. Now the same of it. Oh, so guys are like this. Why do you need a pulse of this thing? Say that you don't put the salt in the blood. The salt, the blood that has salt, is not.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Wearing shorts or dresses because of your varicose veins, you find yourself covering up, feeling self-conscious about
good blood. You can't even drink anything out of the car.
Varicose veins in under an hour with no downtime. That's right. One simple call and a quick procedure can help you.
So what do you mean special organization put salt in the blood?
Covered by PPO insurance. Love your legs again. Feel incredible. Call 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL today. That's 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL or go to
that means you can't put salt in the blood.
Because I called 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL. These days, it's getting harder and harder to trust what you see. Wait, is it real? But iHeart, everything in here is
Rabbi even says that
that's why
salty
listeners trust their favorite radio hosts' product recommendations. And if you own or manage a business here or need to drive sales, that trust
one granular or whatever it's called, one grain of salt.
Make iHeart Media a part of your
One grain of
2026
salt.
plan today.
Visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Again, that's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Okay, so you put more. The other way.
With Malcolm Gladwell, a
journey through the overlooked and the misunderstood. Revisionist history. But if you put a little bit in, then remember it's still available to move back. So I think that sometimes, because sometimes the past deserves a second chance. Revisionist history tonight at 9 on KFI AM 640. Very little, just to be so not doing no commercial free all Memorial Day weekend. Right, that's culture is freedom of death. Just open the free iHeart app, search on Rock and start the that if you eat that blood, you're the highest colors, but at the same time, this Memorial Day, the surf's up and the prices are coming down. And the store that helps support Southern California through their California Dreamin'. Your units and the meats are sold in a little tiny bit. Yeah, it's Citizens' biggest memorial sale ever. Get a dream price on a dream bed. And that's why I need a sponsor. They should even put a little bit. Plus, save up to $1,000 in Tempur-Pedic split king systems. Just look over the redemption. Just look. Look up the blood. Boil them. You're not over cards. Listen, all my laws are right there. So you want to live the California dream every day. I go to San Francisco. Esse é Bahia. A Bahia é cidade caixa. California dreaming every day. Mas adoro, tá? Vamos. Don't miss Citizens' biggest Memorial Day sale ever. Outro loja de coisas baixas, certo? Mas isso é uma chance. Collecting some items, he says, from the launch of Columbus Island. This was tiresome. And it means that it but the blood is congealed. Thanks for joining us on the program today. It's like a solid form. Gala, not as gala. Here, I'll show you a little bit of video. I just want to finish off one thought here on the outdoor stuff, outside stuff. And that is, it's a bigger thought, but it has to do with the general landscape design. And that is hard. That's really, it belongs here. This is the schmacker stuff. Let's see what advertising is. Later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, Mark says later, you can say it's not signed. It's like it's not a stick. Put it. Careful of that structure. The same thing is true for parts. I am a huge advocate of minimizing parts. Have paths where you need to take away the parts. Very simple. Take away the parts. Green. Things that are always pushing it. And I won't be late. Just wanted to touch on that. The card says, from time to time, somebody writes in, yes, you shouldn't eat Caleb, you shouldn't eat fat. So what are you going to do prior to that? Boil it up and wait on the reports. Maybe that's not Thursday, but it's the case. So you drink it with a straw. I'm just closing up because she wants to drink it. They actually have to eat it. So, I'm still tired. I'm the one that doesn't deal with this thought. I have a dream. Foolish that if you boil up blood, you're tired. I didn't find it in the book. Why you tell me that if you boil up blood, you're tired? Seriously. That is boil up blood pumping. And here's this horse. You go inside the house, I'm going to look at it. Boiled it up and you ate it up. Then you ate it. It doesn't really cost you something that they wanted to say so badly. They climbed up and carved it into stone. Without less, and it happened because somebody like me comes along hundreds, if not thousands of years later. You ended up with a fire, they'll never go back where it was. I love cave paintings and cave get it up in the sun, then it was explained right away. And we were like, hold on. It never goes back to the consistency. But all that. Right. And right now, it's not comfortable. It's real. Anywhere, a few hours. I'll go back to its original form. Tomorrow, I'm not we have a concept. That's how I agree. So are you gonna wait? Right now you can't. Somebody has to reveal it. Somebody has to reveal it. That's all. You made it. Look at that. All my legs. Look at this. Look at this. My life is so very much about the asking. So, in 2 hours from now, it's going to be looking good. Right now, you ate it as gala. And on my left arm, there are deposits. What did you the spiral there. No, welcome shows. The judgment is the value of that. Separate human beings who somehow find each other across the vast. Why did Rabbi say that finding one consciousness between it became boiled, sort of boiled on the boil of the sun is going to choose each other, show up for each other, respect and honor each other. Well, exactly. That's just going to go back this morning. The hearts of a friendship is always first, always the foundation, and always the goal. What do you have? It's missing wonder and friendship, standing humbly for the mystery of life and the mystery of love between those two things. Sure, right? We saw one of the chunks can't be in Harlem. I'm not sure much that's left uncovered. Every philosophy the carbon is garbage. Why? Because once you put it on its back for 1 minute, you know you're feeling his back later. Get it into the anthem. Hey, you know, container for friendship. That's the whole thing. It's like and I just put it somewhere else. I think you did take it out for you.
Yeah, from an outsider it might be, but no, when you're really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really frightening.
And you walked around what looked like the cockpit of this thing.
First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller and narrower than you think. You have to crawl in, and you really can't stand up until you're almost right in the center. So it doesn't have it's really all unusable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space in there. And, because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have all that space, and what reason the craft is shaped like that. But there were 3 things that looked like seats. We call them seats. Other humps, large rectangular smooth objects in there. There were 3 of those. We know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor that amplifies the gravity wave, and it's channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifiers. Again, we just called the seats because they look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out that they were not seats at all. Yet another component we just knew nothing about. Bob always found it to be really weird that when the waveguide is applied right on top of the reactor, these two guys, they're looking out. There's a one of the archways that become transparent, so he believes that maybe that is where they're looking. But this guy here is staring at a pipe.
Well, the archway becoming transparent is so they can see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I never made that connection.
Yeah, they're looking at it. And there's a screen, the blue screen with a symbol.
With the Korean language, yeah.
And then I've always thought, and I thought maybe they all become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, all the archways can become transparent. Why would it only be one? Because it's so dark in there.
Fascinating. And you saw a translucent, almost Korean-looking symbols. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the wall become translucent, and at some point saw some kind of what I would call symbols, but not on in a three-dimensional way, not on a flat screen or anything like that.
Yeah, explain how you saw it, because you were explaining it to me yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a three-dimensional character sitting
Almost
in
like a
there.
projection, you said.
Yeah, he was explaining it to me yesterday because he explained it actually better yesterday than before I produced it. Yeah. And you were saying it looked almost like a projection. It wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a three-dimensional thing in the air.
Describe the day that you saw this thing fly.
It was already out. Barry and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight." I said, "Oh, this is great." So we go out through the lab door right into the hangar. It was already out, sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got
Hello,
out
Mr.
there,
Paris. How are you?
I did notice there was radio.
I'm well,
This in Luigi's
thankfully.
movie, a VHF radio.
What's
and
good in your world?
communication. So it
Yeah, I heard. Glad that J-Ski's back. I sent you a message when I saw him, and you're good. That's not on you. Are you? Did you try what? Did you try Clapper? Okay, well, I mean, I don't think you'll get banned. Yeah, but you're a woman, and women usually on media do better than men. Neither did I. I mean, literally, I just created my account and hit go within 1 minute. I didn't even have my profile set up or anything yet, and it'll get you people. Nobody came in? Yeah, they do. I made 50 cents in 20 minutes yesterday. No. Big time.
I saw the slip actually says a lot of agreements. And we're trying to a lot. See, listen, places on the spot. It's also said.
The Cure is a nearly 5-minute ballad accompanied by a video featuring the pop star as a nurse trying to
official edition and fantasy.
The album Pretty Sad for Girls So in Love drops June 12th. Also out with new music is Charlie XCX.
You don't need a lot.
Hello, Mr. Nice. How are you? Wow. Mandalorian and Grogu looking to get on.
And you put over again. It's all on one side. It's all on both sides. All around.
Singer underwent breast cancer surgery last year. On an Instagram hospital, she says her test results came back.
On the palace moment of days. All around. Little show, Gabby. So, on top of the there, it looks like just $10. Every Friday, enjoy free admission and parking plus. Explore new experiences. If the salt is on the limb of an animal, and I use the salt right off. Let's put something else. Get that. I put salt on the limb, and it fell off the limb after I put salting. It's not a salt on the steak. Someone thought. So some. Hold on a second. Not over. Soul is on the animal. The big goodness. I'm only going to be there.
Thank you, Ray.
I'm done. Why not?
The stories are real, the drama is messy, and the advice is life-changing. Radioactive.
This refers to YouTube is the biggest place to share my sleep. That's why it's the plan is permitted to you.
What's happening?
What's going on?
and I want to help spread the word here. So
Let's use questions.
artists were trying to survive and really just stay creative.
Or ketchup. I want to use my. Hey, for barbecue sauce, ketchup, whatever I eat my steak with, I'm allowed to bring it in. So whenever a place is showing, the place that says you're allowed. Restaurants are not allowed. So it's the air cost over here. I'm going about salt, I'm going about food that comes from the outside. That's what's wrong.
Ask them to follow.
French festival, you maybe see some.
Wow. That's great, Miss Aquarius. That's really. That's great. It's really great.
So this is super interesting. What are you sold?
How can you guys get out and go see one of these?
around and come back down and go to the airport. She said, Kevin showing me slack with the dynamic voice. It's dirty. I want a nice pure white salt, and then I can find only a top over these guys over here. Look at this, how they so good, it's on top of the spell.
And that's also where they can see the lineup and like.
So the question is, use the salt on stage. Am I looking at one or not? Feels for one. No.